So right. All right, so we got our context provider. We now want to use context. This should work. All right, what's wrong here? Cannot read context so undefined. Well, let's see what this is. All right, well, our context is a value. So that's good. All right. So I'm trying to refactor some code I had already to use hooks, and I've also decided that I want to try using some context for the validation stuff I'm doing right now. So I have a form field. Actually, don't need this. Don't need this. Form field's actually just going to be a style component. So I can get rid of this one. And I have this form field manager that actually creates the context and hooks up some state values. And then what I'm trying to do is pass that context to the children. Children would be like a form input, which can then start working with those values. So I'm just, this is my first time using hooks, so I'm trying to deal with some initial errors. So let's have a look here at the context guide. So we created our context, that's fine. We don't need this. And we don't need this because we're using use context, which my understanding is that should be the same thing. So we import our context, which we're doing, which is fine. And yeah, so this is what we actually want to do here. Oh, maybe I have to do this. Maybe I actually have to declare my functions. So I actually want two functions in context, which is to set these values. So I'm guessing they want maybe some default values here. And actually, yeah, set is invalid. Let's have a look and see if that unable to destructure. Okay, so now I'm wondering, do I even need state? I don't think I even need state. No, see, I do need state. So set state. I wonder if it's because my form field manager. Okay, so this actually works. It doesn't render anything, but let's just see if I do this. This should work. So if I use, actually, yeah, so I don't need that. Oops, I don't need my render props anymore. Right, okay, good. So now I don't need this anymore. And I don't need this anymore because that should be passed in with context. Okay, so now I'm back to the same problem. So form field manager, form input. So form input's in here, and I want form input to read from that context. And I want it to I don't even want to change the context yet. I just want it to actually read the values from context. So if I put, no, I'll leave that in for now. So I want to put a story here. Well, I should figure this out first because this is yeah, I shouldn't skip ahead. So I'm getting the same error in both form field manager and form field. And form field is supposed to use form field manager, so I shouldn't skip ahead. So I'm actually using form input here. Sorry, form input, not form field. I'm using form input here, which I shouldn't be doing in my story here. I should be doing something more like I should be using the same, like I shouldn't be invoking another component to test this. I should be basically doing what they're doing here. So this is the render props pattern. So let's just see if this works. So actually here is not going to be the same. It's going to be import form field context from. And I'm going to move where this is, but for now I just want to get this working. So now I'm going to say this is going to be the form field context consumer. And I should get a bunch of props here. Is valid, is invalid. These should be coming with my context, so I'm going to just put these out on the screen. Is valid. Oops, just put, I don't know, just put some. Wrappers around these. Actually, that makes no sense. All right. Is valid and is invalid. Is invalid. Okay, so these two values should be coming through my context. And oh, this is complaining because I don't have React. I don't have a element around it. So I just want to see these two values now in my story. Oops. Okay, yeah, so they're not even defined, and they should be defined. They should be, I'm actually going to set true, just because I expect one of them to actually be a value. Oh, I'm an idiot. This is so wrong. This is actually... I shouldn't need this right now, I don't think. Okay. Okay, what if okay, so my initial context is actually true. But I think it's gonna read from my initial state. So I just want to see here. No, see, this should, initial context should also be respected here. So you create a context, you give it a default value. Fine, we've done that. Okay, now here they give it another value. Oh, I guess because this is during runtime. Yeah, so that makes sense. So initial context has a value and I'm setting a new value, but I'm actually gonna let's get rid of this for now. And let's just, I really don't want to do that. Like this should be, if I don't do anything here, shouldn't this be a default value? Otherwise, what's the point of setting context default value? I don't understand what's the point of that if it can't even be used. So if I just say is valid is true, invalid is false. Okay, so that gets me back to working state, but I still expect to see a value here. And I'm just going to make sure that this is actually open the React Dev Tools. And I inspect this guy here. So it's got my context, it's got a value, and it's respecting my value. Okay, so oh, why is this in an error boundary? Well, this is new DevTools. This is like super has error equals full. What the heck? Oh, it's probably, yeah, that's Storybook's error boundary. That's what that is, probably. Could also be the top level. No, I didn't put an error boundary, though. I guess maybe there's a top level one. I don't know. Anyways, that's not the point. So this has a value, and how do you use the context value? You should just, you can use render props like this. Or I should be able to use context. Use context. Accepts a context value and returns the current context value for that context. It's determined by the value prop of the nearest provider. Okay, doing that. I'm literally doing this, I think. So now if I should be able to replace this with use context. This is JavaScript. The question was, what language is this? This is JavaScript, but it's well, it's a special kind of. It's JavaScript, but I'm writing currently, like, this stuff here is called JSX, which is React's rendering language, but it's basically HTML with JavaScript capabilities. Yeah, it is in the title of the stream, but that's okay. Not some people just click around; they don't really necessarily pay attention. That's fine. Okay, so I don't want to use this. I want to use context instead. So this should be equivalent to equals use con. Oops. Well, how the heck did I do that? Use context. And this should be form field context. So now I don't need that. And this should be a set of these brackets. And we return all right, now we're back to that same, oh, maybe I'm using this wrong. Use context theme. Oh, that's why. Okay. Oops. So this actually becomes a whole object. So I actually could destructure this like this. It's okay, Ritz, with Ritz. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Cool. We're actually back to this working now. Okay, good. So that was my first problem, was I had the destructuring wrong. And maybe this just isn't showing up just because it's like not rendering a Boolean. Oh, it is. Okay, cool. I thought that would just render as a string by default, but so this is actually working. That's good. All right, so my only problem was this destructuring was wrong. That's all it was. I was destructuring it as an array, but it actually comes back as an object. So that's just my bad. Using hooks for the first time. All right, awesome. So now let's see if this works. Get rid of this now. So now let me just form field manager.stories. Okay, good. So now let's try another one. Well, actually, doesn't make sense to do it here. But this I can put back now. And then this can go back to what it was, which is valid, is invalid. Oh, you know what? That's really annoying. Whenever I autocomplete and I accidentally press tab, it actually tries to import for me, and that's really annoying. I don't want that to happen anymore. So I'm gonna fix that in a sec here. So now I also want to pass the functions set is valid and set is invalid. So we're taking these four things, which are two values that are going to be stored in state, just Boolean flags. Both start as false. I don't really get why I need this. I don't think I need an initial context. No, I guess I do. All right. So the initial context doesn't really matter though, because I'm actually overriding that with state values. So we're gonna do initial context. We're using it here in our input. So now if I go over to my input, I should be able to change the context. So valid state. And actually valid state should respect, well, actually I'm not even gonna bother with that yet. I'm gonna say validate on blur, and my validator is just gonna return false for now. And so if I go to my form field and I go to, or sorry, true for now, true, because this is a valid state. Form input, form input, form input, form input, there we go. Valid state. Okay, so this should be valid when I blur, which doesn't look like it is. So I'm actually going to try and just hard code this. I'm going to say set, I'm going to just make this true. And hold on, I got to think here. I feel like I'm making this too complicated. Okay. We bring in our context. We pass it into the input. So actually the input right off the bat here, if my context is correct, oh, that's why, because I'm not using context. I'm not using the context provider here. That's the problem. How does that work? Does it assume you always have a context? I don't like that if that's the case. All right, let's put this back. So what should happen is I should be able to do this. I should be able to say, when I click on this div, which by the way is nothing, but I want to say set valid, set is valid true. And now this should come out of here, set is valid. So now when I click on this div, this should change to true, which it's not doing. Actually, let me not use, I'm not going to use a div, I'm going to use a button just to make this super clear, because I don't like, I want to click on a div, change state to valid. Okay, so now that definitely would be firing. So now I want to set is valid equals true. And that should update this. So that's not working, so let's figure out why. So form field context provider is passing all of these items here. So there's a function called set is valid. So that should be available here. Oh, yeah, no, that should be available here. Set is valid. And this should update this value. So let's figure out why that's not happening. First of all, let's figure out if we have an error. Okay, so nothing happens when this gets clicked. So let's see if it's actually even calling. I assume I need these. Yeah, it's not a function. Yeah, so I definitely need those. But now they should be getting overwritten by the use state. And I'm wondering now if this is actually... I'm actually going to just do this for a second here. Console.log. Actually, I'm just going to... What's wrong with that? Oh, right. Set is valid. Assign that to console log. Okay, so now I should see, when I clear that, I should see something coming up here if it's working. It's not. All right, so nothing's happening here. So this is not being respected. So this is not coming out of here correctly. And I'm wondering now if it's just using, I'm wondering if it's using this one here. Let's see. Ah, it is. Okay. So what the heck is the point of this then? It's not even using the values I'm passing into the provider. Why is it not doing that? Oh. Oh, I know why, because this is not actually correct. This should, yeah, this should be inside a component. This should be in here. Yeah, this makes no sense to be writing stories for this. I'm gonna actually get rid of this. This is just a functional element. It doesn't render anything, so there's no point in actually having UI stories for that. But form input should be and form input, I'm gonna just get rid of this form field manager. So now in here, what story did I put this under? Valid state. Oops, form input. Valid state. So now when I click, it should set it to valid. Actually, it should be calling my console log. Oh, good, it is. All right. So now if I put this back to what it was, which is the set state function, now this should set it to valid, and it does. Okay, great. Great. So I guess form input should come with, well, I don't know how I want to do that then. I guess form input should come with that context provider. That's awkward. What's the best way to do this? I don't know. I don't know how to. This is the problem. I don't like that I need this form field manager in here to make form input work. Like I want this. So that doesn't work, but if I put this around it, So form input should be validating using this function. Well, I could actually just say so now when I leave this text box, it should be valid. So how do we do that? Yeah, you can't do it like this because now use context is outside of the field manager again. Man, that's super annoying. That's just not the way to do it. I have to literally like well, let's make sure this works. So form field manager. Now this should work. When I tab out of this box, it should turn green. Yeah. Yeah, so that's correct. But yeah, I don't know. It's a design decision, I guess. Like, how do you want people to use your API? I guess form should well. Yeah, maybe it's just you actually have to put form input inside a form field. Which I guess I could. Yeah, maybe I just have to design the API differently. So first of all, this probably shouldn't be form field manager. This should probably just be form. Well, form field context. No, maybe this just goes in form field. But then form would have the same. No, form would have slightly different. This should probably be form field validation provider. That's what it should be. And then that way, if you don't want validation on your field, you don't need to include this. Validation provider. And then this becomes yeah, I know. Okay. Storybook just chokes when I like delete something for whatever reason. Let's see if this fixes it. Oh, that's never mind. I just jumped to conclusions. I jumped to conclusions and blamed the tool instead of checking my own mistakes. Yeah, it should work now. Come on. Cannot resolve form field manager and login form. Oh, okay. So I have another problem. Right, so this should be form field validation provider. All right. Now what? Why doesn't it save my npm start command when I hit up? Yeah, okay, that should have been working. I don't know why it wasn't. Right, so now that's good. So form field still works. This is redundant. And now I have a validation provider which updates state for me and passes those values as context. So that's pretty good, I guess. Not a huge fan of this. Maybe this should just be built into form field. Oh, I also don't need this anymore. That's kind of nice. Yeah, that's fine. Right. That's good. But label needs it as well. So that means, yeah, I have to like decide if form field is going to be, if its job is going to be to validate. I feel like it should be. And that way I can so I can say this is container. This is container. And this becomes form field. And then I don't need this anymore, which is going to break everything. Right, so now form field comes with that built in. And this becomes form field. Should be valid when I tab out. Right, but this is not coming from the right place. This should be coming from form field. All right, yeah, now it works. So this should do nothing, yeah. And this should turn green, yeah, okay, good. So that's actually working. It's pretty neat. It's a little bit cleaner. And I guess my only issue is that these are stories about form input, but they require form field, and maybe that's fine. This shouldn't really be here anyways. This should be a test, a unit test. So I'm actually gonna comment this out, and I'm gonna say move to unit test. Because it's a behavioral thing. So I don't want that. I don't know why, like Storybook can't just, oh, I guess because I was on that story, that's why. That's not bad. I probably want to move this to I don't really like the idea of exporting it here. Export. No. So that means form field context should now come from, yeah, I don't know, maybe it should be in form field. Probably doesn't hurt. Whatever, I'm gonna leave it like that for now. At least that's clear. I don't know. Because you need the context to work with this. All right, that all works still. It's pretty good. Form field, stories. Wow, that's really interesting. That's interesting. I didn't hook up initial state. I guess, does that really come with hooks? That's pretty neat. How is this working? Form field stories. Passing is valid to form input. Oh. That's why. Right. No, that should come from... Oh man, I bet that's a bug. That is a nasty fucking bug if that's the case. This should fail. Yeah, that was a gross bug. Is a gross bug. Gotta be super careful with that. My initial state or my spread props were... Yeah, I gotta get rid of that, man. That is causing super... That is not good. So I'm gonna put disabled, which is the one prop I know should be here. And now this should not work, which it's not. That's good. But I can make it work. Yeah, how do I set this to be valid by default? I'd have to... Is default valid? And now this should work. Yeah, it does work. Okay. That means I don't need these. And label is currently just reading that, but that needs to read from context as well. So I think I'm going to make that, instead of just label, which I don't want to have to be used within a form, I'm going to make a form label, form field label. Just to be clear, that form field label goes in a form field. I'll just delete the stories for now. Oops. Oops. There we go. No, I don't want to select that one. There we go. Okay. So form field label is actually going to be the same as form input. Maybe this should be form field input. And compose label. I could do this. I don't know if this is the best way to do it, but so form field label should be just a label, but now it has context. So now if I go back to form field and I change these to, well, so this works. This does not work, and then now it should work when I change this. Professionals do use TypeScript, but it's not like it's not definitely not required. And I personally don't like it yet. So it's kind of a personal preference. There are some objective benefits to using TypeScript in certain situations. I definitely won't argue with that. But at the moment, to me, it's too much overhead when developing. Now, if I was, yeah, like it's possible I'll convert this to TypeScript later, but to start, I don't like starting with TypeScript, at least for now. I'm still on the fence whether or not it's appropriate for every project. It probably would be appropriate for this type of project, which is like a library that's a shared library. But yeah, anyways, I'm just not using it yet. That's it. Good. Works. It works. And this one, invalid state, should be... Oh, right, I didn't set that up yet, but that's going to be is default invalid. And I just have to go over to my form field and respect that property. There we go. It works. Awesome. So we actually... We actually got rid of a lot of code. And hooks are really good. So my login form now should be down to, I'm going to make this form field label. And yeah, this is really good. So if I go to my login form, this should be valid if it's Terry and invalid if it's not. So invalid already works. Wow, look at that. That's cool. And I got to get rid of like, wow, this program is really slow in Windows. Holy smokes. So laggy. Okay. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. That's for sure. But what was I looking at? My login form. Yeah, I've deleted almost twice as much as I've added. That's pretty good. That's what you want to see. And it's probably easier to read, but there's more hidden behind the scenes, but that's probably okay in this case. It's actually removed quite a bit of code here. I have the same functionality. Like here's a huge one. Again, 51 deletions. I basically got rid of all, like a lot of code here. that. All right, refactor to hooks and context. Refactor form components to use hooks and context. That's pretty cool. I feel like this should be form field input to be super clear that that's where it goes. Also, I want form field to notify components higher up in the tree if it's invalid. The reason being, I want to be able to say at a form level what's invalid. So I don't know how to do that with hooks. So let's find out. I feel like I need to create my own hook. Or do I want use effect? Is that what I want? Let's read about use effect. No, this is not what I want, I don't think. I think I want this. Do I? I'm not sure how to do this. I could move state up, but I really don't think you should have to do that. I think you should be able to, when my form field, when this changes, I want to notify my form. So I want to be able to do this. I want to be able to say, well, let's create a form component and see where that gets us. So form input, I'll just copy this, form. So I'm gonna bring in form field. Actually, oh, is this called form input still? I really should change that. Form input. So this is gonna be form, and this is not gonna have any of this. I'm also not gonna have any of that. I'm gonna have use state. I want to create is valid, set is valid equals use state. And so I'm going to return a form valid is valid true false. So I want to set valid state when a form field when this form field's invalid, I want my form to be invalid or valid, either both of those. So what I need to do is I want something like this is what I want. I want a function where I can say, oh, okay, the valid state of this form field changed, so I want to set is valid to be is field valid. So I want this form field, oops, I got a syntax error here. I want this form field to notify me when its value changes, so that the form or something higher in the tree can deal with that. I could move all the state up here, but I don't really want to do that right now. Okay. So how do I hook into this? So form field. Form input is going to call set is valid, which comes from form field context. And I want that function to call my prop. I could do it this way. On valid state change. I could do it this way. I got validator equals, I just want to return true. So that, oh, and I have to say validate on. All right, so form field. Oh, right. Yeah, like just writing this out doesn't make any sense to me now. On valid change should set form to be is valid. Okay, so form input. I want to validate on blur. Make sure I pass that in correctly. Validate on events equals blur. My validator should be true all the time. So then this should get called on valid state change. On valid state change. There we go. Nope, that's still not working. It's not even getting called. That's because I have that on the form field, not on the form input. Yeah, that's really awkward. I don't know if that makes any sense. That should go up here. Shouldn't be here. Should be in here. On valid state change, and then this would be set is valid would be an anonymous function that does set is valid from context is valid, and also on valid state change. So this, yeah. Right. Okay. That makes sense. I don't know if the API is right, but it makes sense. Hey, Ballem. Ball M or Ballem? Must be Ball M. Like your name's M and you play ball or something, right? Or maybe your last name's Ball. I don't know. Maybe I'm jumping to conclusions there. Ball, yeah. So I'm not working on anything specific right now. I'm building a library of components with some functionality built in that I know are very useful for most apps. And I'm trying not to include any dependencies, so I'm doing a lot of work that is already done if I use some libraries, but I'm trying not to do that. And I'm just kind of working on what I want the API to look like. And I'm also using hooks for the first time, and I really like them. And I'm using context, which I don't normally do either, but I feel like it's appropriate in this scenario. So what I wanted to do was get my form fields, which have their own validation built into them. I want the form fields to notify my form or something higher in the tree. I want to notify it if it changes. And I'm starting to wonder if that's, well, I know it's necessary, but I'm starting to wonder if there's a better way to do this. Well, maybe there isn't a better way. Maybe it's just you do it both ways. Like, what if my form had a... What if my form kept track of all the fields and their valid state? How would you do that dynamically? I feel like that might be a use reducer situation. Use state does not automatically merge update objects. Another option is use reducer. Yeah, I'd have to use reducer. Oh, you can. Oh. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. This is what I want. Isn't having Twitch chat similar to rubber duckies? I don't know what that means. It is new for me though to have a chat passively there while I'm programming, and I kind of have to talk out loud and pay attention to that. Sometimes I get too much in the zone and I don't realize what else is going on around me when I'm programming. You know what? I don't think I want to delve into this right now. I think I've got this working in a way that's gonna be okay. Well, you know what? No, let's do it. Let's just do one simple example. Just want to see that one example again. You can replicate this behavior by combining the function updater form with objects. I don't understand. I don't call set state anymore. Oh, I know what they're saying here. I think they're saying when I do this. Yeah. That's what they're saying. Okay, good. I'm already doing that. Yeah, no, I agree. Being able to talk about what you're doing and articulate what you're doing to other people is it's actually a difficult thing to do, and I think it's actually a good thing to do, like you're saying, because if I couldn't describe to you what I'm doing right now, I probably shouldn't be doing it because it means I probably don't have a clear idea in my head of what I'm trying to do. And that's probably like the worst way to do code. Yeah, so I think what I want to do is actually, instead of just tracking, well, I want to track in the form, I want to track if it's valid or invalid. I definitely want to do that. But I actually want to derive that from whether or not all the states of the child fields are valid. So like if I did, can you do an object here? Surely you can do an object here. Fields. So I want to make fields. Yeah, I want to derive this from state. No. This has to be the same. But what I also want is fields, set fields. All right, well, I'm gonna start with this to see how it goes. Use state. I'm gonna make this an empty object. Now when this field doesn't have a name yet, but let's give it a name, field 1. When this field is invalid, I want this, or when this field changes, I want this value to update. So actually this is pretty simple. I don't actually need, if this is going to be derived, I don't need this. I could actually just say valid, well, I could say const is valid is fields. So I actually want to map through all the fields and check if they are valid or not. So I'm going to do that with object dot keys fields, and I'm going to check. I want to go through each field. So I want to check if fields key dot is valid. Oh wait, that's not right. Object dot keys fields dot map. I want to map over the fields. And this is actually a shitty way of doing it right now. If I do filter, that's what I want to do. So I'm gonna run through all of these keys, and I'm gonna return whether or not that field is valid. And I could probably actually, I don't even need to do that. I think I could do object dot values, and that will give me a value, the object itself. And then all I need to do is, instead of looking it up again, I can just say object dot is valid. So this is going to return, I'll be clear here, valid fields equals this. And I'm going to say is valid is if valid fields dot length is greater than 0, which is the same as just valid fields dot length. So let's see if this works. So what, instead of this, I'm going to say set fields. Previous state. Yeah, previous state, which in this first case is going to be an empty object. I could say previous state and then field 1. I don't need the quotes there. I don't know why I put those. Is going to be is field valid. All right, let's work out all our bugs here in the right. This is wrong because I need, if I'm returning just an object, I need to wrap this with another set of parentheses. Okay, so that's valid now. So what I'm going to do is take the previous state, which is going to be an object, and I'm going to update field 1, and I'm going to say I really should be doing this. This is definitely going to be a use reducer, almost certainly. But let's just get this working. And then I'm going to say is field valid. That's a deep merge. It's definitely not going to look like this in the end, but let's see if this works. So now when I tab out of this should change to true if this is working. That did not work. Oh, that's because this should just be is valid. Well, I don't know if that's just because of that. Yeah, it did work. Holy shit. Sometimes things work right away, and yeah, that's cool. So that means use reducer should help clean this up, because now reducer is going to be I don't even need a reducer. Ideally, I want this to just be this part here, but so this would be like, let's clean this up. Is form valid fields return valid fields and valid fields dot length. Now is form valid is going to be this. We're going to pass fields in here. Still works. And const update I hate when they do this. I actually had a lot of problem when I first learned Redux, because they show this, like the first example. Well, I guess I shouldn't. I don't know. The Redux docs were really good, but they show this like if you just had this one value that's just a primitive, like you don't need this. So it's like really contrived and unnecessary to do it this way. And I get that they're doing that kind of on purpose, but like you really should see, they really should show a more complex, like why you would really use a reducer is when you have multiple levels of state that you want to modify. So like I would do fields reducer, and a reducer takes a current state and an action, yeah. And essentially, fields reducer is this. Except instead of calling set fields, I have to dispatch I'm currently recoding a project I've been working on for the past 6 years as it's become way too big for a single file. Yeah. Yeah. There's two, I've noticed there's two fields of view here. Some people like everything in one file, which I get because everything's in the same place and it's easy to, well, you don't have to deal with files. So, you know, if you want to reference something, it's already there. But I think for anything that's non-trivial, like really, I find it way too difficult to like when I open up a file, this is my thought. This is what I'm focused on right now. I'm like, hey, what is form field? And that's all I want to see in here. If I opened up a file and there was like like a whole list of components in here, I don't know. I guess I don't know. Maybe it works both ways. If you become used to it, I guess you could argue it's the same as opening up a single file and doing like a search Control F or something. 4,000. Yeah, I'm not gonna vomit. I mean, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even think that's a bad thing. I I don't use long files, but that doesn't mean I think it's bad. I think whatever you're more comfortable with working mentally, you should be using that. I would say that there's probably a point where objectively there's just too much in one file for you to deal with. Um, yeah, actually, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't even sound that bad. 4,000. I mean, 4,000 lines is a lot, but I don't know. I mean, if you, it's no different than like, I don't know what I have here. I only have like 20 components or something. Not even 20 components, and I probably have like 300 files or something. I don't even know how to find that out. How would I even find that out? But yeah, like every directory here has like 3 files. Yeah, I don't know. There's like hundreds of files probably in here, and I haven't really done anything yet. So maybe you could argue that's maybe more confusing than just having everything in one file. I don't know. I don't even know why I started putting things in one file, other than maybe that's sort of a node convention. But I don't know. This is what I feel comfortable with, just having files per thing, per item. It also depends what your tooling is, right? If your tooling is really good at dealing with one file, then that's fine too. If your tooling is a little slow, or you have stuff like Webpack where you can just freely split things up and import them like this, then that makes more files kind of much more viable thing to do. But yeah, so this should be like this, I think. Return Well, I'm supposed to do this. Yeah, no, I don't need to do that. Const update fields. Previous state. Field. Ah, that's why they would do it. Okay. Switch. I don't know if I need to do this. I'm gonna see. Actually, no, I don't. There's only one type of action here. I don't need to do this. Well, that's not true, actually, but I don't like that. See, the trick is here. I need the name of the field, and I also need its values. So this should be update field. Well, what did I just do? Previous. I'm going to say fields and field. Yeah, that won't work either. Like this is the same as. So this would be previous state, and then I would update field dot. Let's call it name, because that's what. So I'm going to go field. I could do it that way. No, this doesn't make any sense to do it this way. All right, whatever. That works. Obviously, this has to... I have to look into a pattern for how to register fields right off the bat. Yeah, there's a better way to abstract this, I think, or to clean this up so this isn't so noisy in here. This is the reducer pattern. This is like from Redux. Well, it's not from Redux, it's a reducer pattern, but this is a deep object, so I do want this not in here. Yeah, there's not much I can do about that right now, unfortunately. But okay, that's cool. So now if I have another field, well, actually this shouldn't be, this should be children. And now if I make this children, I have to use context again. because yeah, I don't want to hard code that inside my form, obviously. So this is going to be children. But I need a context again. Form context. And before I lose what I have here, I'm going to put this like this. So this is what I really want. I don't want to just have a form. I want to have this. And the form... so I want everything to work the exact same way as it just did, except that I want it to be implicit. So form field from and form input. And then I want form context to be the same as this. So form context is going to be, yeah, I need the same functions here, same values. Wait, no, I don't. I want fields. Just going to be an empty object, and I want set fields to be an empty function. And those aren't here anymore. I want import form context. Oops, I don't need the brackets. And then form context is going to be a provider. So inside my form, I'm going to do form context dot provider, which is going to provide yeah, this is shit. I should be using a better way to do this, but that's okay. I can do that after. So now inside of form, now how do I do this? It's now form field. I don't want, I want to use context in here. And I want to, instead of on valid state change, this is now going to be, no, that doesn't make any sense. Does it? Yeah, that's right. So right, I don't need, yeah, that's right. I don't need fields. Well, I do need fields. Fields, oh right, and it's fields set use context form field context. So now instead of on valid state change, we are going to set fields. That's right, I don't want this in here. I want this here, except this is going to be rid of that. And instead of field 1, this is going to be name. This will be name. This will be val. I don't think I need fields. Do I? Let's try this first. No, wait, of course I need fields. I don't even have previous state here. That is previous state. Fields. Okay, so I take the current fields object. I do the exact same thing, except name now comes in. Why is this showing is not used? It's used, man. It's used. Why are you telling me it's not used? I feel like that's just a syntax highlighting problem. Let's find out. So now this should work the same way, I think. I set up my context provider. Form field is now a child of my form. Provides a name. Whoops, sorry, form, yeah, no, this is right. Form field provides a name. This should also go. All right, this is just styling. Huh. That's not right either. Because now I'd have to pass name into children from here, which doesn't make any sense because it's not used like that. Like when you set up a form, like you should be able to put the name here, and then this form input should get that name. Well, I think that's a separate problem to solve. For now, I think this should work. It won't actually be tied to the field, but it should actually work correctly. So set fields, man, why is this saying it's not used? That's really bothering me. I feel like that's a bug in my code. Something is wrong here. It's saying it's not used. Oh, that's because I'm redeclaring it here. Yep, that would be why. It's never blame your tools first. How does that work now? Yeah, I don't need this because set fields will provide this to me. Well, actually, set fields. I could do it this way. Maybe this is the way you're supposed to do it. This is a bit awkward. Let's see what's going on here. I'm gonna dock this to the bottom. Okay, good. I'm getting errors. Yeah, so it's actually calling stuff. There's just a problem somewhere. Set fields equals use state. Passing that along to my context. Context is this. Use context, form field. It's not form field context, form context. That's the problem. Clear that. Oh, okay, that worked. So I used the wrong context. That's all it was. It was actually working. I was just using the wrong value here. Interesting. Okay, cool. So now I have the same thing as I had before, except now I can write my form like this. So the top end API becomes much cleaner. And the only thing left now is that I want, when I supply a name here, I want my input to have that name. Not only do I want my input to have that name, I also want to have I want this label to have like 4 equals field 1. I want this to be tied together as well. So let's fix that. So that way you can just declare a form field and you can give it a name once and it will apply that name to the items in the form field, like the label and all that. It'll hook it up correctly using the correct HTML attributes. Which means we have to dig in a little lower here. So form field label is getting a form field context. So how do I tell my form? How do I tell my children here what their names are? couple ways to do this that I can think of. Like, the form field needs some kind of event to happen, like an on mount, where it tells the form that it exists. That's an interesting problem. So this is what I actually want. Context.name. And actually, I shouldn't be spreading context here. Let's do this correctly. I don't want everything from context for the form field. I want is valid, is invalid. And I also want name. These are the three properties I want right now. I have context. So name, label for equals name. That's the name of the field. Is valid equals is valid, and is invalid equals is invalid. That's what I want right now. I did mean HTML4. Yes, HTML4. Okay, so now what I haven't done is I haven't said that my form field context has a name property. And I'll make this an empty string. No, I'm going to make it null. Right, so now this is representing what's in a form field. So the form field is going to have a name. Don't need that anymore. So now when I get in here, this is going to supply a name for me. That means here I put name. Actually, I don't have to put that because I'm passing that in here as a prop. So when you create a form field like this, you give it a name. And now I want this to have the for tag for that name, and then this to have the name of that name. So if I go into the label, that should work. If I look at this field 1, that should have for field 1, which it does. And input class, blah, 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 blah. This is missing the name, so let's just fix that. So that's good, though, that this already worked. That's cool. And does this, yeah, it also works with validation. And now I need to just fix form input. And form input is also going to be using, it's already using this context. So I'm going to pull out name from here. And input name equals, I don't have to do that. Actually, I don't have to do this either. This is redundant. No, I do need to do that. Name equals name. And now, awesome. So this is legit. semantic HTML that's being generated right now. And it's validating. And if I look at my components and I go to my form, field 1 is valid, is true. Where do you get that, huh? Yeah, let's put some more fields in there just to be clear how this is working. Field 2. So I'm gonna say that when I validate this on blur, I'm gonna say false. So now when I tab out of here, I expect my form to still be false for valid. Yeah. And when I tab out of here, it's going to be true. And I just realized that's a bug. It shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that is form valid should not be just if there's any valid values. It should be if all the values are valid. So I'm going to say this is const all fields. I don't even need to do that. Yes, to do. All fields. Then I'm going to say this thing is valid if valid fields.length is the same as all fields.length. So if all the fields are valid, then the form is valid. So this now should be false. Yeah, that's right. Right. So this is actually a bug as well. This is valid at first, but I actually should put this back here. Valid fields.length and there we go. Okay. Nope, it's still. All right. Yeah, that's right, because that's a bug, because what's happening is when I run this, so fields is actually empty. When I tab out of here, it actually adds only this field to the array. When I tab out of here, it adds this field as well. So now both of these are there. And if I did this backwards, it should work. Yeah, so it's false. And then if I do this, it works. Yeah. Okay, so that's a bug. And that's because my form, when it first loads, does not know all the fields in it. So I have to find a way to do that. And I want that to happen when this thing registers. I gotta think about that. I just gotta go over to the little boy's room. It's cold here today. Whew. I'm freezing. Okay, so how do I do that? I want to register fields. That's what I want to do. I want to add another function here that registers fields. So I'm going to pass a function. I got to add it to my context. No, I don't need another. I already have a function. So what I really need to do is just when this loads, I just want to call that function. But I feel like this is gonna, how do you do that? How do you only call it when it loads? Like I know how to do that with classes, but I don't know how to do that with, with hooks. What I really just want to do is this, basically. Set fields, that's it. Yeah, that definitely will not work. How the hell do you do that? Constructor. Pass initial state and use state. Can I use context in initial state? Let's find out. No, that's not what I want. Use effect. That's probably what I want. This is what I want. Use effect. And I want to say only update on props.name. Set fields. I don't know if this is going to work, but let's find out. Is default valid. I don't need props here. I already have name. I think that worked. I think that worked. Holy shit. Where's my story? So that means if I change this to true, it should work. When I tab hell yeah. Fucking React is amazing, man. It really is. I have no idea how hard this shit was before React came along. So if both fields are not valid, then the form will not be valid. If both fields are valid, the form will be valid. Hell yeah. And just to be sane, if both fields are invalid, the form should also be not valid, false. But invalid should work. Is form invalid? Which I haven't created yet. Is form invalid? And I want to check is invalid. No, is invalid. So this should be false still, even though they're actually both invalid. This should still be false because I haven't hooked it up yet. That's good to know. So that means now in form field, I just say, first I set up is invalid to be default state. And then when set is invalid, set is invalid is invalid equals value. And I think this is now going to work. I don't even need, man, I just realized I don't even need these anymore. I can derive these values from a higher state. Don't know if I want to do that though. Okay, so now this should be true. Yeah, baby. God, I love when things just work. I love when things just work. And if I change these to true, that means valid should now be true. That broke. What did I do wrong? Oh, I know what I did wrong. I wasn't even going to try this test. That's why you always try the test. Okay, what did I do wrong here? Set is invalid. That works. Set is valid now doesn't work. Why is that the case? These are both valid. Yeah, this is redundant. I shouldn't have to do this here. I'll fix that later, but for now. This should be invalid fields. This won't fix it, but huh. Well, something's wrong here. Oh, I bet I have a race condition. That's what I bet I have. Yeah, I bet this is fighting with this. That's why this should be derived state. Well, that's one of the reasons I think this should be derived state. Can you use a form field outside of a form? Really, no. The answer is no. So that means I don't need... Let's validate what I'm saying right now. New state. I'm just using this wrong. I'm pretty sure that's what the problem is here. Console.log new state. Okay, so this is going to log out what happens when the field is registered invalid. I'm just going to copy this and say is valid. So yeah, there's a race condition here. So what this probably should be instead is form input. How do I want to do this now? Like, I don't need to do any of this in here. I could do this instead. Set field state. Set validation flags. Is valid and is invalid is going to be not is valid. So I'm going to change my context here. I'm going to move form field context, instead of these two, is going to have set validation flags. And form field is no longer going to have these two things. They're going to have set validation flags. I also don't need to pass these in because they're going to come in through context, which means I don't need any of this. Yeah, I think I'm going to be right. I don't think I'm going to need any of this extra set of context here. I think I can move everything up to the form. So I don't need that anymore. What I'm going to do is set validation flags is going to pass the flags. So I can just say flags, and I'm going to spread the flags here. And I think this should probably work. Yes. That worked. But my valid and invalid flags are no longer, they don't need to be in state anymore. I can derive these from context. You know what, actually? Something's bothering me about this. I want to know right now what my state is of this thing. Yeah, this is wrong. I have duplicate state. Form should manage all the state. So form is going to have the fields. The fields are going to register themselves. Set fields. Okay, so I'm passing set fields down to the form field. And I'm going to do this previous state. I think this is what I'm supposed to be doing right now. Okay, now I want to know, I want both of these to be in here. Yes, okay, now they're both in here. They're both, okay, they're undefined, which is a problem. So we'll fix that. That's probably because these are undefined. So I actually could do this, or false. That should fix that problem. Yes, okay, that's because undefined. I don't even know if I want these properties. I don't think I even want these properties on here right now. Is default valid? Why would you be valid by invalid or by valid by default? I'm just gonna, I'm gonna say false here. So that's gonna be, as soon as this thing loads and gets a name, it's going to set these up to be false. And then when I tab out of here, right, nothing's going on now. Okay, that's fine. So I don't need, I don't think I need this anymore, do I? There's no reason for this to be like, oh, I know why I'm doing this. No, it does need this. Okay, yeah, because name has to be passed to both of these objects. And set validation flags should be passing a new function that instead of set fields, I'm going to just set a single field's flags. So I don't think I actually need that though. I'm doing the same thing. Yeah, I don't need that. I already have set fields. Well, I should provide a helper. Yeah, okay. So my form context supplies set field validation flags. That's what my form context is going to provide now. And now in form field, which uses form context, I'm going to say set field validation flags. And that means I should be able to do this. Name. And just set these up like that. That's a bit cleaner. That's fine. Previous state's not defined. I'll fix that in a second. And when this thing changes, set validation flags should call set field validation flags. And the field name has to be passed here. I think this is going to work. This is the argument to this function. Okay, initial state should be, I'm going to refresh to make sure I don't have any errors here. Initial state for this form should be false. Oh, that's not good. Flags, I don't want flags. Oops, these should be spread like that. Let's check that again. Form, state. Okay, good. So initial state's correct. When I tab out of this field, it should go green. And both should make it true. Okay, so that's actually working. Just the field itself is no longer validating or not showing whether or not it's valid, and that is because I am not passing those values in anymore. So right, because I'm going to derive these. I'm going to derive these. That's what's going to happen. So is valid and is invalid. Yeah, I'm going to derive them, and they're going to be props. Is valid, is invalid. So now they're props. Wait, I don't want them to be props. Do I want them to be props? If I make them props, that means they have to go here, and I don't want them to go there. No, they shouldn't be props. Oops, that's the wrong one. They should not be props. They should be from context. Hey chat, need some help with design ideas? Anyone have some design? Anyone have ideas? Can you design for what? That's a pretty broad question there. Pretty broad. Is field valid? Is valid equals is field valid fields. This is derived state is invalid is field valid fields. Shit. No, this doesn't make sense to be here. This should be form field context. This is not what I need. I need get field valid, get field. Is valid, get field, name dot is valid. This is what I want. And get field doesn't exist yet. That is going to be a function in here. And in form, we're going to supply that as get field is going to be our name. Return fields name. So that's a good question. Why is there two variables? Why is valid and not is invalid? Okay, so one of the reasons is because there's actually a third state, and the third state is idle. Well, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but basically, like when you load a form, let me just fix this and I'll show you why. Cannot read property invalid or undefined at form field. That's because get field is not yet. When you load this form and these fields show up, so right now they are neither invalid or valid. And I actually learned this when I was doing Angular. Angular has built-in form validation field properties. And they had this as well, and I couldn't understand why they did it. But when you actually start dealing with the form in depth, you just start to realize that even though maybe 99% of the time, when something is not valid, it's invalid. Even if it's 100%, sometimes you just want, well, if it's 100%, it wouldn't make sense, but sometimes something's valid, but so if it's valid, it doesn't mean it's been touched. So, like right now, these fields are neither valid nor invalid. Although I see what you're saying about a single field. A single field, if it isn't... Yeah, see, that's the thing. If you just said, like when this form loads, if you were like, hey, is this field valid? If this field's valid, I want to make it red. So what do? You write an if statement, right? Like if, I have it in here somewhere actually. Oh, that works, cool. Input, form input, sorry, form input. Where is my input? Here. So I have this thing where I'm like, I want to change the border color, right? So, and actually I could do the background color as well to make this like super obvious, but actually not the background color, just the color. So let's say I want to check if this field's valid, and if it's valid, I want to put green. But if it's invalid, I want to put red. So you might say, well, if it's not valid, then just put green. Or put red, right? So I don't need invalid. I just check is valid. If it's valid, check, put it green, and if it's not valid, make it red. The problem is not being valid doesn't mean it's invalid. Yes, dirty is the correct word, yep. But you see what I mean? So I need flags, even though these flags will probably get set at the same time every time. I need two different flags to track the state of this input. Does that make sense? You're correct in saying that they essentially mean the same thing. But yeah, for actually working with them, this is something I learned from Angular because I couldn't understand, and then I realized why they did that. Now, you could argue to me that if I passed another thing like is dirty, you could argue to me that is valid is actually this, is valid and is dirty. And then you wouldn't need necessarily an is invalid flag. You could just say that that's how it works. But that forces the user to like compute that on their own. Whereas if I just know this is something people need when using this component, I might as well just store it, right? And provide this value for them. And that's what Angular does in their, or at least what they used to do. They had is valid, is invalid, is dirty, is changed, which again, these are almost the same as well. Or sorry, is dirty, is pristine was the other one. So these are arguably just opposites of each other, right? But yeah, you don't, not is dirty does not necessarily mean is pristine, or maybe it does, but I think either way, I think you kind of get the point here. Anyway, so that's a really long way of answering that question, which is a very good question. And I mean, even as it so happens, I'm pretty sure my logic for updating these is quite literally to take the opposite. Yeah, so when I actually set this flag, I am saying not is valid. But that's because I'm running a validation check and I'm taking the result of that validation check and I'm just assigning the flags based on that. So you're right, they are set to the same value. Great question. And now, so these should work. Awesome. And now if I change this to false, these should both be red when I tab out of them, and then invalid should turn to false, or to true, excuse me. Very good. And now if I only make one of these, these should both be false. And actually, that's an interesting thing right there. A valid form needs everything to be valid, but an invalid form requires only, it doesn't require everything to be invalid. It actually only requires one thing to be invalid. So even there, that's actually a thing I have to account for here. So is form invalid is not the same logic as just checking all the fields to see if they're invalid. Actually, if a single field is invalid, then it's invalid, which is the opposite of saying is form valid in this case. So maybe I could just do that. Yeah, because is valid checks if all the fields are valid. No, that wouldn't work because that would mean, yeah, that wouldn't work. Because, in fact, I could demonstrate that if I just do not is form valid fields. This should, if I'm thinking about this correctly, this is probably going to say it's invalid right off the bat. Yeah, so that's a bug. So that's another situation where I can't even just say, hey, if invalid means form is not valid. I actually have to run the proper logic here, which is to say if invalid fields dot length, that means it's invalid. So now this should be invalid, even though one of them is valid. Yeah, that's working correctly. That is correct. Awesome. Pretty stoked about that, actually. This is pretty good. So now I have my state has been moved up to my form. Whereas before I was tracking it in the fields themselves. So this label, for example, or this input, before it had its own state, but now it's actually just gonna grab the state from the form. I think that makes sense because you don't use a form field outside of a form. So you really, the form field itself should never need to track its own state. It should just delegate that up to a higher level. It's actually a really, like, that's basically the React pattern. When you're building React components, it's like so easy to just build like standard input, standard UI elements that really the only decisions come in when you're trying to decide where to put your state and how to pass it in. And I only did it this way using context because I wanted this API. If I didn't do it the way I did today, I would end up with this API, which I would have to do like, yeah, I'd have to pass in is valid. I'd have to get it out of form using like render props or something, which is fine. It's usually how I do things. But I wanted this to be a little cleaner for end users. Yeah. So I'm using context, which I don't normally use. It's my first time using it. Well, I shouldn't say it's my first time using it, but it's my first time using it with hooks and for this purpose. Like usually I use it for just like passing in like strings, like translations, internationalization stuff. But I kind of like that I can just set up a form field and tell the input how to validate itself and then give it one single name, and now the actual rendered HTML appropriately applies the correct attributes to hook that up. So this label for field 1 name, you don't have to do that stuff. And that's going to come into play when we're talking about accessibility and stuff down the road. Well, not down the road, but when that becomes an issue soon. This is the kind of stuff that you need to be working if you want your stuff to be accessible. So that's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. I think that's a pretty nice API for a form. For now, we're going to add some more stuff to it, but yeah, I think that's pretty good. I could move these out into utils. Should probably just do that because I don't like these are pretty common functions. Export, and then in here import is form valid, is form invalid. Whoops, 2 up. Cool. All right, I'm going to commit this. So what did I do here? I stored, I move form field state up to form, supply via context. By the way, if you guys want to play with this code or look at it, it's on my channel's GitHub, no nonsense coding /reactlib. It's all open source. And there's another repo. I did some web development from scratch that I started that without React or anything like that, if that floats your boat. I just want to update a few more things in here because right now this project is not quite the way it says it is. So let's fix this. This is a collection. I don't need to write this is a collection. Distributable via per component. So let's just turn this into a markdown list so I can actually show which of these are done. Themable is done. And React is done. isolated development environment. We haven't done automated testing yet. We haven't done this. We haven't done this. We haven't done this. We haven't done this. We have done this stuff, so we'll probably do this stuff tomorrow. Like maybe later tonight. I need to take a break here soon so I can go take the doggy out and get some dinner, but yeah, that's a little better. I think that's a little more appropriate. So now if you read this, you aren't and actually, yeah, before I log, I'm gonna put my other components in the build, and I want to make sure they actually build correctly. So let's just do this old copy paste junk here. So it's gonna be H1, H2, H2, H3, H4, H5. I don't know why I didn't do 6, but I didn't do 6 yet. Input, label, login form. I should be putting these in alphabetical order. Form actions, form field label, form field. I'm going to rename this as well because I don't like that it's inconsistent. This should just be, if you're going to use this, this has to be used inside a form field. So I'm going to make it clear that this is a form field element. Just have to rename these form field. Form field input. That doesn't apply anymore. And this is going to be form field form fields input. Let's just make sure this still works. Nope. Right, form input should be form field input. Oh, that's so much better. Look how clean, look how clear that is, how it's used. That's much better. I think this is just Storybook can't deal with oh. No, that's right. Form input. Okay, That's what it was. Again, I tried to blame my tools before checking my own freaking mistakes. Oh, it must be the tool. I better restart. It's like, no, man. Look at your code first. All right. Does this all work? Nope. Form field does not work because it has to be inside a form now. I don't like that error though. I don't like that it's just saying like, yeah, no, I gotta fix that before I, definitely don't like this error. It's happening because this returns nothing originally, so whoops, field dot is let's see if this works now. Form field, default usage, valid state, not working. What's the story for that? Is default valid? Oh, right, I got rid of these, that's why. Maybe I should put those back. Maybe I should support a default state for these. I don't know why I actually got rid of that. Is default invalid. Like sometimes, I don't know, sometimes you just want to start in a particular state. I can't even think of a reason right now. But there's no reason for me to not do this, to support an initial state. So now hopefully this, oh, right, I got rid of these because by default that would be undefined. And actually, I can just do is valid, is invalid. And I can move this down here. And that way I can get rid of this stuff. Name coming in from props doesn't make sense here. Wait, yes it does, because I'm in form field. Never mind. That's right. So why are these not working? Let's find out. Valid state. Form field is default valid true. Context fields. I don't want fields. Why is fields in here? shouldn't be giving it access to all the fields. Yeah, actually, I don't need either of these to be in context. That's right, I don't even use them. Yeah, they didn't need to be in there at all. I just supply these helper functions. Set field validation flags, that's right, set them to their defaults. Get the field and supply it to here. These are undefined. Undefined. Really? I feel like there should be a different function called register field, so that when a field first gets created, I instantiate it. This will fail because I haven't passed this in yet. I'm gonna put the register field. So this is a function that's going to be telling the form there's a field in it. And it's going to be very similar to this, except that it's going to be register field, and the name is going to be, actually I'm just going to okay, so now I'm calling register field. So now when form field loads up, I'm going to call register field. I'm going to pass it fields should always be an object. So get field should never return undefined. So this is redundant here. This has nothing to do with my problem, but I don't need that. Oh. Like use effect, this should be updating. This should be updating context. Well, this should be updating the state at the top, which should be passed down as context, which should be coming back. Which should be updating this value. Oh, the name's not defined. What? Oh my gosh, that's just because I'm an idiot and I didn't put... I was actually working all that time. Oh man, okay. So I have to supply a name. Okay, so it's still undefined. Why is it undefined? I give it a name. This should not be here. Field 1. Right. Right. I still don't get why this is an empty object. When this loads, I would expect to see the default values in here. Like form fields, the state of this should be oh, something's wrong here. Something's wrong here. Oh, I'm an idiot. That's what it is. I'm an idiot. No, wait. Yeah. Field dot name. There we go. Holy smokes, Terry. Okay. Yeah. So thing loads, empty, empty, then it mounts, it registers itself. So this is the form state, and then this is the one I'm logging out in the field, and it has default values. That is correct. That means my valid state and invalid state should work now, which they do. Very good. Very good. Look at that. And I can get rid of this. This actually looks correct. Good. All right. Don't need these anymore. Well, actually, I do kind of want something to indicate if my form is valid or not. But I don't need it in every form. So I'm actually just gonna move it to the story. So now they don't show up here, but they should show up here. All right, I don't have access to them here. Okay, whatever. I don't need to dwell on that. It's working. Oh, sorry. Is form valid? Yeah, no, I don't have access to these here. They're inside the form. That's fine. I'm gonna put them back here for now, just so I don't lose sight of these, because they're gonna be incorporated later into the. All right, yeah, that's good. All right. All right, what was I doing? Yeah, I was checking that everything still works, which it clearly did not. I'm also gonna get rid of this. This has nothing to do with what I was doing today, but this bothers me that there's this. Well, actually, no. That's a valid. That's a valid UI state. This is not working. Form field input number. That's because I'm not passing along the type value. Better fix that. So there's gonna be a property called type. Type equals type. And now this should be a number. Yes, it is. Okay, that's fixed. All right, cool. I think that's good for this afternoon or this evening, whatever time it is. Just gonna commit this. And oh, that's what I was doing. Yeah. npm run builds. Let's see if we get. Look at that. Beautiful. So small. Right? Chad, isn't that fucking beautiful? Bring in all these components and they're tiny. And then next time we'll probably dog food them. We'll probably create an app and import them and get them working in a real app instead of just in Storybook. Just gonna double check what I did here. I still have some console logs that I want to get rid of. Which, yeah, I don't like these hanging around. That one's fine, that's in the docs. I'm actually gonna just because the stuff I put in there originally is not there yet, so I don't want to put it in and be misleading. Just want to make sure my thing rendered correctly. Now, I don't know if this is only GitHub that renders this correctly. These have to be capital, maybe? No, that's correct. Yeah, I think that only renders properly on GitHub. Let's find out. README's been updated. Man, this is really slow on Windows, this program. I love this program, but right now on Windows, it's like super slow. I'm used to Mac. Oh, this is really bad. Like click, wait for it. Wow, that is super fucking slow. Eek. Have to try a different one. Could be because I've had it open for like 3 days, but that shouldn't affect things. Docs, cleanup. Fix initial state bugs for form fields. And output more components to build. Let's see how it looks on GitHub. I'm hoping this is gonna be a checklist with, yeah. Oh, these look like shit though. I think you need a space. I love Markdown, man. Markdown is so good. All right, that's better. Although, yeah, okay, good. That's better. That's more clear now. What's working and what's still not done yet. Awesome. Well, thanks for tuning in, everybody who's still there and watched me struggle through learning some hooks today. And formatting and architecting our components in a nice way. So yeah, hopefully I will be back. I might be back later tonight, but almost certainly I'll be on tomorrow afternoon Eastern time to keep going with this. So everyone have a great night, and we'll see you later.